All right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We also have meteorologist Grace Thornton with us. Wanted to walk you through the weather through the rest of this evening. Just kind of take some time and track some of the existing storms out there because we currently, as we record this, and I'll punch this up here into the double box so everybody can see, we do have one severe thunderstorm warning for Milam County. That's actually been over the past 15 or 20 minutes. That storm capable of some gusty winds and some hail, and at times has shown signs of trying to rotate a little bit, so we're watching that one closely for our friends up around the Cameron area. And then also some non-severe storms that are not severe but strong and at times intensifying that are now moving into far western Williamson County and then especially back towards Burnett County around the Marble Falls. Likely some rough weather moving through right now, and that stretches back down into northern Blanco County as well. So if you have any comments or questions, we've got the stream pulled up here on our end, so we'll try and get that answered for you as soon as we possibly can. All right, so let's dive in first, and we'll talk about this storm, which is currently impacting Milam County. Just trying to make sure here on the stream that we've got everything pulled up. Yes, we do. So here's the storm right now for Milam County. Let me pull up the duration of this warning as well. This severe thunderstorm warning does include the Cameron area. It does not include Minerva. That was one of the areas that a couple of weeks ago was very close to that tornado warned storm. But this does include Buckholtz and Burlington and Cameron and Rogers and Rosebud. And this warning will go for another almost 10 minutes. This will go through 8:15 with the potential for gusty winds and hail. Now, let me loop this for you, and you can still see it there. It's got that little appendage hanging down from it where at times it's been trying to rotate a little bit. Now, this has been broad rotation, which is why we have a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning, but it is something, especially given the environment that we have this evening, that we'll need to keep a close eye on. In fact, what we'll do is we'll go over here to the velocity. We'll get in a little bit closer. And again, it's broad. It's not going to jump off the page at you, but we'll kind of go back and forth so you can see the area that we'd be watching. There's a little bit of broad rotation that is trying to develop there from time to time. The other aspect to this storm, and I don't see this as a massive hail threat right now, but we do at times see a hail core developing with that one. So we'll go over here to the hail tracker, and yeah, it's picking up on a little bit of hail up north of the Cameron area. That's going to cross over Highway 77 here before too long. So again, just a heads up, if you live in Cameron, if you live in northern Milam County, there's a severe storm there. We're watching it. It's a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning at this time. Now, as we back the view back out, for the Austin area, no stormy weather just yet. For Round Rock, no stormy weather yet, but we are tracking some storms right now over Burnett County. So let's get in a little bit closer on this. These have been under severe limits, but the National Weather Service has been issuing a strong storm advisories for them. That's essentially the step down below a severe thunderstorm warning where it's not severe, but there could still be some wind gusts, say 40 to 50 miles per hour. It's not nothing. And then also some hail that is under the severe criteria. In fact, the National Weather Service, they're still kind of talking about this in the NWS chat. They're saying the strongest portion of this squall line is what moved through the Marble Falls area. We agree with that. Hail up to penny size possible at times with that. And this line is moving at about 25 miles per hour to the east-southeast. So Marble Falls, and if you're in the chat and you live in Marble Falls, let us know what you just saw. Some pockets of hail, some really heavy rain, and some lightning. That's going to move just north of Round Mountain here shortly. And now that it's passed through Marble Falls, let's get in a little bit closer. This is going to be passing close to Lake Travis here soon. So Spicewood. Also want to give you a heads up. In fact, what I want to do is let's get on over to our Lake Travis cam. It will be pointed in this direction, I'd imagine, though. We're starting to get pretty dark out there. Here, I'll take this for you. So that is our Lake Travis cam. I'll back out the view a little bit. See if we can get a better perspective on this. This is going to be looking back towards the Spicewood area. Yeah, just kind of tough to get a vantage point here. Oh, there we go. Here, we're going to look at that. I say tough to get a vantage point. There it is. And there's our strong storm out near the Spicewood area producing quite a bit of lightning. I'm seeing that on our Kalahari cam as well, too. So we're going to keep an eye on all of our sky cams here for you. As this storm, you saw how it intensified pretty noticeably over Marble Falls, producing that hail. Now as I look at the hail tracker, and we'll get back over here to the maps real quick. Now as I look at the hail tracker, I'm not seeing any significant hail in there. Watch this as we go back over the loop. As it moved through Marble Falls, that's when there was maybe some penny-sized hail or a little bit larger, but no longer seeing any signs of significant hail there. So again, these are not severe, but it is something that we're watching closely for you through the rest of this evening. And we will toss a little storm track on this as well as these are moving. The line as a whole is kind of moving east-southeast at about 25. So here's a look at some of the estimated times there. If you live in Florence, knocking on the door here in the next couple of minutes for the Andis area, 8:16, Liberty Hill, 8:24, Laga Vista about 8:37 as these strong storms are moving in, Leander about 8:41, Hamilton Pool about 8:48, 8:57 for Georgetown, 8:58 Steiner Ranch, and Round Rock about 9 p.m. All right, we've got some team coverage for you this evening as we watch these storms roll in. We have meteorologist Grace Thornton, who is here as well. Grace, we'll move over to Max 2 and we'll let you kind of walk folks through what you're seeing.
Yeah, so I've pulled up our radar here as well, and I also kind of want to take a look at, what we can be expecting over the next couple of hours, just give everyone an update on what's going to be happening throughout the night as we continue to watch. So most of our activity, like you were talking about, is up to the north. The areas like Georgetown, Thorndale, Cameron, those counties are under that tornado watch that extends into 1 a.m. tonight. And after 1 a.m., that's when we kind of start to see that severe risk really die down. It won't be until, I believe, that front is expected to move to the south and east of our area just after that time period, and we will be dealing with some showers even through Friday morning and maybe some rumbles of thunder, but those storms should also stay under the severe risk. I want to take a look at our temperatures right now across the area. Hopefully that can load up for me. We are going to be sitting pretty warm as we head into the next several hours. Right now we are in the upper 70s for a lot of places, but you can see out there, I'm not sure if it's going to show up, but yep, out there in Marble Falls, we're already down to 62 degrees. There we go. It's starting to show up on our Facebook Live here. So Marble Falls already down to 62 degrees, but you can see many places across the Austin Metro sitting in the upper 70s to mid 70s. And if we span out just a touch, we're going to see those cooler temperatures. You kind of see the green up there to the north of us. That's where we're starting to see that kind of shift in wind flow behind that front, and we are going to be plummeting those temperatures overnight tonight. So let's kind of walk through the next couple hours. The high resolution models have been a little bit off with their timing already tonight because we've started to see those storms kind of move into the area a little bit earlier. We were kind of forecasting 9-10 p.m., but now we're seeing 8 p.m. towards 10 p.m. that those storms will be moving through the area. So definitely through the later hours of the night, we're going to be seeing those storms move through. I would say after midnight towards 1 a.m., we are going to see much of that severe threat drop off due to that cold front exiting to the south and east of us. But then we're really going to see a lot of that rain kind of linger around through our Friday morning. So pushing towards that 3 a.m. mark right there, you can see there's still widespread heavy rain, even some rumbles of thunder, but we're expecting those showers and storms to remain under the severe threat as we head through our Friday morning. Now look at Friday morning, those temperatures. I hate to see those temperatures, but it is still springtime after all, a very transitional season. We're going to be down in the 40s, even continuing into 10 a.m. as we head through our Friday morning, and some of those lingering showers could even stay with us, nearing the afternoon hours on Friday. And now I'm going to shift back to our current conditions. It takes a while for this to move through and get through to that Facebook Live, but we're going to move over to the current winds and gusts right now because we're not seeing too much currently out there in the east of our area towards Bastrop. We're seeing an 18-mile-per-hour gust, but we are definitely going to see the most gusty winds within these storms tonight. And then as we shift through the day tomorrow, you will note some gusty winds as well, but they'll be out of the north, and that's what's bringing those real cool temperatures. So not seeing too much right now in the way of current gusts, not too bad out there, but we could possibly see anywhere from 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts within those storms tonight, maybe even upwards of 50 miles per hour for maybe severe warned storms. Let's shift over into what we can expect for the weekend, because we're not completely clear of this event. Obviously, we're going to continue to watch this until likely 2 to 3 a.m. tonight is when we're going to be in the clear. But for the rest of the weekend, we're going to be sitting in the 50s Friday and Saturday, 55 degrees, and a pretty cold rain. Waking up on Saturday, very early on Saturday morning, we have some slight chances for some flurries in the hill country, which we are going to touch on later tonight in our 10 p.m. forecast. So yep, we still got to deal with a bit of transitional weather. So we'll see, let's go back to our radar and see kind of what Hunter is tracking over there.
Yeah,
Any
Grace,
changes?
we'll go back over here to the Max 1 map and want to show you now an intensifying hail core, which is right there on the Blanco-Burnett County line. And we actually just had a report from the Horseshoe Bay area not too far away of a wind gust of 36 miles per hour. So where you see the whites and the purples showing up, and I'll pause this for you, that is where the radar is picking up on that hail potential, and this just crossed over the 281 corridor. Hail tracker right now, sometimes this is a little bit delayed, but this could be upwards of penny size. So I think this is going to be a storm that the National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on, as are we, for potentially getting this severe warned if that hail core continues to ramp up like that. Again, that is crossing over 281 right now. It is between Round Mountain and the Marble Falls area. It's not the only storm that we're watching. We have storms that are now moving into the Florence area up in Williamson County. And then some good news for us is they have now allowed the severe thunderstorm warning for Milam County to expire. Now that is, like these other ones, still a strong storm that we'll keep a close eye on. But at this point, that is not severe. So at the moment, we do not have any severe warnings for any portion of the KVUE area. Let me show you this though. We have a tornado watch that is in effect for Williamson County, Milam County, and Lee County until 1 a.m. tonight. So at this point, Austin and the Hill Country not included in any sort of a watch, but that does not mean that there's no severe weather threat. Before we get back to the radar, what is that sound that we've got going on over here? We've got a little buzzing going on in the studio. Cannot say I've heard that sound before. Current wind gusts, though, I mentioned the Horseshoe Bay reading up at 36 miles per hour near the storms. Yet to see anything too major as far as wind speeds, but watch this on our high-res model as the cold front rolls through. So here is 2:30 into 3 a.m. At that point, we have 30 to 40, maybe as high as 50 mile per hour wind gust, as we do have a wind advisory tonight. And that's going to last into tomorrow morning. And like Grace was saying, it's not just windy, but it is very, very cold. We'll be looking at temperatures, air temperatures, upper 30s and low 40s. Hey, want to just keep showing you this Oasis Cam view. This is a view of the storm that is out around the Spicewood area, and this is the strongest storm that we're tracking right now. It is producing all sorts of lightning, as you can see, and it has an increasing hail core that we're watching, which is passing now north of Round Mountain. It crossed over 281. It's already on the other side of the interstate, and this is essentially going to parallel Highway 71. And this is going to head right towards Spicewood. So let me give you a heads up. If you live in Spicewood right now, this is not severe, but that hail core has my attention. I'll take you back to the radar right now. Looks like, is that the fire alarm going off here? You burning popcorn? Hey, we're live right now. Yeah, we're having a little fire alarm issue here at the TV station, but we'll keep going on the live stream for you. We'll get you back over to the radar. And this is the storm that right now is heading towards the Spicewood area that has a pretty sizable hail core with it. So if you live in Spicewood, you have a couple of minutes here where maybe you're able to go get the car and put that under the carport, get that in the garage, get that somewhere protected, as that's certainly a hail core that we'll be keeping a close eye on. And this will continue to move to the east-southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So what we'll do is let's do a storm track on this portion of the storm. We've got the fire alarms going off here. Okay, well, if we need to evacuate the KVUE studios, we will do so. For the time being, though, hopefully somebody just got the popcorn in the microwave for too long. I'll bet it was Brian Mays. I'm going to blame him. All right, so here's the storm track on this hail-producing storm that is heading right towards Spicewood. These are moving east-southeast. The line of storms, at least, is. And this is look at the approximate timing for you. We are looking at 8:23 for Spicewood. So here in the next 5 minutes, like we said, that's going to be moving in. Laga Vista 8:44, Leander 8:50, Cedar Park about 8:58, Lakeline Mall 9 p.m., Steiner Ranch, if this holds together, about 9:12, Round Rock 9:17. So this is a little cluster of storms that, if it holds together, will continue to move to the east. This will move through parts of northwestern Travis County, out around the lake. We've been showing you the view from our Oasis cam. This will move through parts of Williamson County, including Cedar Park and Round Rock, and this will move into northern parts of the I-35 corridor. Here's a new note from the National Weather Service. So they're doing another strong storm advisory on this storm, which, like we talked about, that's essentially the step down below a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is really pretty incredible to look at from our Oasis cam. We'll kind of toggle back and forth between the sky cam and the radar shot there. Here's the note from the National Weather Service. They're saying winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and penny-sized hail possible in this storm. So that's exactly what we're picking up on. We've got the hail core that is right now, as we get back over here to the maps for you. Let's get back in closer to that. We'll try and call out exactly where this is. You see the whites and the purples there? This is the hail core right now, which is just south of the Highway 71 corridor. This is going to be right over County Road 401 right now, with hail that could be penny-sized, if not a little bit larger. So right now this is under severe limits, but this is certainly one of those storms that we're going to continue to watch for you through the rest of this evening. Getting back to the wind threat, though, just want to briefly show you the wind advisory. This goes into effect at 9 p.m. tonight, so here in the next 40 minutes, and it goes through noon tomorrow for wind gusts, which even outside of the thunderstorms could be as high as 40 to 45 miles per hour. Like Grace was saying, I want to just kind of run through the timeline with you, and I wish that these models had a little bit of a better grasp on things. What we might do is
Highway 71.
I just turned your mic on. Go ahead and say that again.
We have a note from the National Weather Service that there was penny-sized hail possible in the storm that's moving over Highway 71. So that's the Spicewood storm that we were highlighting just a second ago.
Cool. I'm going to move things back over to Max 2 for you. You can walk folks through where that storm is right now, and then I'm going to queue up some of the models here.
Alrighty, sounds good. So let's zoom in on our storm we're tracking over towards the Spicewood area, towards the lake, and zoom down a little bit to the just east of Horseshoe Bay at the moment. And let's zoom in much further. And we kind of have, you see where that very bright signature, almost white to pink, is on the radar showing up. That's where we're going to be looking at the potential for some hail. I've even turned on our little hail parameter here. You can see in the gray, as well, the light gray and the dark gray there, that's right over that kind of white spot. So if you're in those areas, that's kind of the space that we would be thinking that those very, very high updrafts will take a lot of that precipitation or the debris into the atmosphere. Hangs out around there, goes down, up and down and up and down, and becomes hail. So let's turn off that hail and just go back towards our radar and zoom in real close. So this is just to the south and west of the Spicewood area. So if you're in that area, this is right on the outskirts of town. Going to be moving over you guys in just the next few minutes, really. So I kind of want to zoom in here if we can get any of those roads to populate. So yeah, so Spicewood Trails Drive, as well as County Road 413, County Road 404, and then over Harbor Drive. These are all just to the east of that Spicewood area, but you guys are going to be seeing that increased rainfall very, very soon. It's going to kind of be on top of you any minute now as we head through the next couple of minutes here. This is kind of the only spot that we're seeing the potential for that hail, kind of that very, very dense spot of very heavy rain and the potential for that hail. So we already got that report. This is where we were seeing the penny-sized hail report, but we could even see a greater sized hail than that as we head through the next couple hours with some strong storms that do develop. So this storm is just under the severe storm label that we were talking about just a little bit ago. And it's possible that this could be issued as a severe storm as it continues to move its way to the east tonight. So the Spicewood area, that's kind of what we really want to highlight right now. And up to the north, Smithwick, you guys are already feeling very heavy downpours, as well as a lot of lightning issued in this storm as well. Let's see if we can get any more radar streams to come in. Looks like there isn't another one ready yet, but out towards Laga Vista, as well as Lakeway, Steiner Ranch, Lakeline Mall, Leander, you guys are going to be feeling the effects of this in just the next couple of minutes here. So make sure that you have it's possible we could see tornadoes out of these storms tonight. So just have that safe space in your mind, I would say. That is the lowest, most interior room of your house in case a tornado is issued in your neighborhood. And I would say download that KVUE app if you're not. Obviously you're watching on Facebook right now, but if a tornado warning is issued in your neighborhood and you want to watch from your safe space, have that KVUE app downloaded and you can just pull that up and watch us pretty much from anywhere, especially even if the power does go out. I know a few of you on Facebook were talking about your power going out and you've got candles ready, you got your phones charged. That is a great way to stay safe out there, especially as we are starting to pick up in storm activity tonight. Hunter, you got anything else over there?
So let's come on over here. I'm going to get this circled for everybody. I'm watching this around the Double Horn area. This is an area where we've got some wind gusts that are getting a little breezier. We're talking 40 plus miles per hour. Again, this is right along Highway 71 near Double Horn, and this is exactly what's about to feed into the Spicewood area right now. In fact, we're going to go into the triple box here, and we're going to keep the Lake Travis camera from the Oasis on up above, and you can see all the lightning as we've been watching that storm. This is exactly the section of the storm that we are looking at. And this is also the area, there's a new scan. Yeah, I'm telling you, in Spicewood, you've got some hail, which is coming in here in the next minute or two. This, again, is not severe, so it's likely going to be less than quarter-size hail, but penny-sized hail can still not fun for your cars. So again, like we said, hopefully 5 or 10 minutes ago, you were able to get the car, get that under the carport, and get that somewhere protected, as this is a storm that is producing some hail. Hey, let's pay some attention to the storm up in northern Williamson County. It's starting to get a little bit of a look to it where maybe it's trying to rotate a little bit. This is another strong storm that right now is up around the Florence area. Let's loop this. Whenever you start to get that kind of lima bean, kidney bean shape where it looks like it's starting to spin a little bit, we need to keep a close eye on things. So we'll pause that. We'll go back into our base velocity here. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit of a spin to it. Nothing that's telling me, hey, there's a tornado right now. It's not like that, but it is starting to organize a bit. And this is going to be another situation. We'll get this circled for you. Right in here, this is going to be a pocket of pretty breezy winds. Once we get this circled, now we'll go in and we'll see what the Doppler winds are showing. Yeah, those could be 40 to 50 mile per hour winds right now that are just south of the Florence area. So let me get you zoomed in a little bit closer there. We'll try and track that for you. That's going to cross over 195, and it's likely going to stay just north of the Sun City area. This is right near the Andis area where these gusty winds. So that's going to be Ranch Road 2338, FM 970, State Highway 195. Just a heads up, you do have some breezy conditions that are coming into your neck of the woods as this strong storm is organizing right now over Williamson County. And again, the view that you see above me, that is the view right now from our Oasis cam. What we can actually do is we're going to go to our Kalahari cam, and we'll have another vantage point. We'll be within striking distance of both of these storms, but right now we have that looking, I believe, to the west. Yeah, you're seeing a view of the lightning there as well. So if you live in Williamson County, or if you live in northwestern Travis County, you're seeing all of this lightning. Don't want you to think any of this is severe. It's not, but these are strong storms, and we have the... Okay, here's an update from the National Weather Service. They say looks like the returns now are suggesting hail up to 1 inch just west of Spicewood, so they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning on this here shortly. Here, Grace, I'm going to hand this back off to you so that you can walk them through the radar, and I'll go talk with the folks. We'll do a quick cut in on TV once they issue the severe thunderstorm warning. But Grace, we got you pulled up on Max 2. You can walk folks through that warning there. It's around Spicewood now. They're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning on that shortly.
Okay. All right, I'll take over from here. So we're still watching the severe thunderstorm warning to the north of us, and we will start to see, or begin to see, they're going to outline that storm that's towards Spicewood that we've been highlighting for the past couple of minutes now. They are going to, draw their polygon around that and issue when we're going to see that severe thunderstorm warning expire for this area, because they are about to issue that right now. So just a general outlook at the moment. You see that very white portion of the storm just to the south of Spicewood. That is where we are watching for the potential for hail, and turning our hail parameter on. You can see that it's following just where that kind of like white speck is. So it's possible we could be seeing, we already got reports of hail. It's possible we could continue to see hail. And yep, there is that severe thunderstorm warning for this area. So this affects Blanco County, Burnett, Travis, and Williamson. And the cities included in that: Cedar Park, Jollyville, Pflugerville, and Round Rock. So it's going to affect a good amount of people as we head through the next couple of hours here as we continue to track this. Let me try and get that palette off. Yep. So there is our, let's zoom out a little bit and see all the places this is including. So extends all the way up to Round Rock, Hudson Bend, Bee Cave, and really includes the northern kind of metro areas of Austin as well. Already seeing a little bit of feedback on the radar there, just maybe some preliminary showers ahead of that cold front. So, and although we do have that strong storm that's up towards Florence too, that is not yet issued as a severe thunderstorm warning. We're just watching this one that is down towards that Spicewood area where we have seen that hail size that were up to 1 inch, which is why they issued that severe thunderstorm warning. So let's see, this is going to extend until 9:15 p.m. I believe we're gonna start to do some cut-ins on air as well, just to make sure that everybody is aware and safe that a strong storm is making its way through the area. So that's gonna go until 9:15, and it is moving. Well, it has winds of 60 miles per hour, so let's see what kind of areas are going to be experiencing this here in the next couple of minutes. So Laga Vista, Leander, we already mentioned Cedar Park. You guys have a couple more minutes now as we head into the next half an hour or so. Lakeline Mall, as well as Jollyville, Round Rock, and KVUE is included on this map as well, and Camp Mabry, as well as the Austin Executive Airport. Let's break this down. Let's go back to that velocity to see if we can see anything on there. I don't see anything that would really tell me that there is a large possibility of a tornado within this storm at the moment, but definitely some gusty winds will be possible throughout the duration of this storm. Even to, it looks like that storm that's moving to the east towards Jarrell is also a pretty strong one. Lots of lightning also issued within these storms, and heading over towards Milam County, that storm over Cameron is still severe warned, and that is going to continue for a while now too. I'm not sure if they continue to extend that. This one still goes until 9:30 p.m. As it continues to move to the east and will eventually exit Milam County a little bit later on towards that 9:30 p.m. mark. The main cities for this one are going to be Burlington, Calvert, Cameron, and as well as Hearn. Let's go back to our regular radar. And whoops, let's zoom out again and kind of get a better picture of what's going on here in Austin. So you can see the main activity is to those northern areas, especially towards Williamson County and now entering Travis County as that storm starts to push a little bit more towards the east. Looking a little bit farther north, you can already see some of some other squall lines of storms up towards Waco. And then extending all the way up that corridor towards Dallas, that we are starting to see some more of that activity kind of pop up here in the last couple of minutes here. Really, those storms up towards Waco kind of just coming out of nowhere in the past couple of minutes. We're going to continue to watch for an ongoing organization of the line over the next couple of minutes or a couple of hours as well, because this line eventually is going to be extending from the north of us all the way down south as we continue to head into the night here. So still watching for that severe thunderstorm warning. And
hey Grace, so what we're going to do here, we're going to hop onto KVUE here for just one moment. Grace, I've got you pulled up over here on Max 1, so you can come on over here to the Weather Center. I'll take over on Max 2. Again, for anybody that is just now tuning in, now that we have this severe thunderstorm warning for northern Travis County, this is a storm that's out around the Spicewood area right now, and it has a history of producing hail that could be up to quarter size that passed through the Spicewood area, and now it's going to be moving across parts of Lake Travis. This is going to get into northern Travis County and eventually into places like Round Rock and into parts of southern Williamson County as well. So hail's the main concern here, also potential for some gusty winds that could be as high as 50 or 60 miles per hour. This is take that back. The Cameron storm has now also prompted a severe thunderstorm warning for Milam County, but we do not have any indications of a tornado with any of these storms currently, but we do have the parameters in place through this evening that as these storms continue to cycle through, we actually have a dry line and a really strong cold front that as some of these continue to push through, we'll need to continue to watch them. So Grace, I'll toss it back over to you. You got everything up on Max 1 there, so you can kind of walk everybody through what you're seeing.
Don't think I do have Max 1 up.
Oh, you have Max 1 up? I think I have.
Yeah.
All right. All you.
All right, cool. Yep, let's load up that radar once again. Still continuing to track this here. You'll see that tornado warning is, or tornado watch, sorry about that. That is for areas extending through Williamson County, and this severe thunderstorm warning is for that storm that is out towards the lake there, just to the north of Hamilton Pool. Let's zoom in pretty far. I'll just give you guys a better indication of where the storm is at right now and where it is headed. If I can get this looped stop, there we go. We're not seeing as crazy of returns where we were seeing that that hail core a little bit ago. It seems to dropped off just a little bit. So really just heavy rain is what you can be expecting right now out towards Laga Vista and the Spicewood area. So now this storm is moving pretty quickly. It's already exiting to the east of that Spicewood area on our map and moving towards Laga Vista. So Colorado Canyon Drive, as well as North Paleface Ranch Road and Paleface Ranch Road South.
Right, Grace, we're get started with this cut in on TV. If you could press PCR on the board over there, that would be great.
I don't know where it is.
Stand by.
That's now moving into Travis County. This is a storm that has a history of producing hail near the Spicewood area, and it is now coming into parts of the northwestern metro. This will eventually cross into parts of southern Williamson County, and it will get into northern parts of the Austin metro here shortly. So here's a look at that warning. Again, it goes until 9:15. This does include areas like Cedar Park, like Jollyville, Lakeway, Pflugerville, and Round Rock, all included in this warning. So what we want to do is put a storm track on this for you just to kind of time everything out. So if you live in any of these areas, here's a look at the approximate timing here. For Laga Vista, starting to move in now. For Briarcliff, just out ahead of this, it's going to be about 8:48, so give it another 5 or 10 minutes. For Hudson Bend, into Lakeline Mall, into the Domain, into Wells Branch. Here's a look at some of those times for the Domain, about 9:25, 9:32. Here at KVUE, around Steck Avenue and Mopac. In Lake Pflugerville, we're looking at about 9:36 as this storm will be moving in. So what we'll do is we'll go in here on the hail tracker, and hey, this is actually good news. Earlier, this was up around quarter size. You can see that when it passed through the Spicewood area, that hail core a little bit more pronounced. Now, perhaps it is weakening a little bit, but we certainly still see enough indication here on the radar that this could be producing some hail up to 1 inch in diameter, so that would be up to about quarter size. Let's zoom in exactly where the storm is now. This is going to be moving in close to Laga Vista. This is going to be heading into Briarcliff here very shortly, but Spicewood, good news, this storm has already moved out. So these are some of the areas that right now are seeing really heavy rain and where there could be some embedded hail in here. Colorado Canyon Drive into County Road 404. These are some of the areas that we're watching very closely, as well as North Paleface Ranch Road. And then we're looking at some of these areas in northwestern Travis County. So Briarcliff into Laga Vista, you guys are next up as far as this storm that could be producing gusty winds as well as hail. And then further down the line, this is going to head into places like Hudson Bend. This is going to impact places like Lakeway. You are under the severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to impact areas like Steiner Ranch here in the next 5 to 15 minutes. And you can also see Lakeline Mall in Williamson County. You're going to be under the gun from this storm as well over the next couple of minutes here. Hail was initially the main concern here. The hail core, this is good news, we hope this continues, has actually weakened a little bit. But if you live in Lakeway, if you live in Steiner Ranch, if you live here in North Austin, up around the Domain, if you live in any of these areas, my advice, just based on the history of these storms, you've got a couple of minutes here. If you've got a carport, if you've got a garage, if you have a way to protect your vehicle or anything that's outside, maybe go ahead and take care of that now before these storms move in. The other aspect of this, though, is the gusty wind potential. So we're keeping a close eye on that as well. These are the Doppler winds, and as you guys know, on this type of map, anytime you see the brighter, lighter colors, like what we're seeing here in this area, that's when you start to get into some gustier winds. So just to be clear, this is not a situation where we're worried about a tornado right now. This storm is not rotating, but there are some gusty winds in here, Doppler winds. There's a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust estimate there. So there's certainly juice enough in these storms to produce some strong winds, and I'll get that circled for you guys. Like we mentioned, I know these maps can be kind of confusing, but in this area right in here, this is where I'm tracking wind potential. That could be anywhere 40 to 50 plus miles per hour. This is heading towards Briarcliff, okay? So gusty winds are coming in if you live near Briarcliff. This is heading towards Laga Vista right now, and then it's going to continue to move to the east. Just one more reminder for everybody. This is one of 2 storms that we now have that are severe. The other is in Milam County, but I'm also keeping a real close eye now on this storm, which is in northern Williamson County, north of Sun City. We've been watching this over the past 15, 30 minutes. Between Sun City and Gerald, when you start to get that kidney bean shape like that, this is a storm that is trying to rotate. Bare minimum, you've got some gusty winds in here and potentially some hail as well. So we'll stop this and let's take a look at the velocity here. Hey, I'll tell you what, this is a storm that is very likely going to be at least severe warned shortly. This is a pocket of some pretty gusty winds north of Sun City. This is just north of 195. Just to get in a little bit closer here, northern Williamson County, this pocket of very breezy weather, these could be wind gusts 40 to 50. This is going to cross over I-35 between Gerald and Sun City, and this is going to head right towards New Corn Hill. This is not a very tight couplet, but again, this is just something that we're going to need to watch, as this is a storm that is trying to rotate right now. Just to punch up some of the numbers for you. Yeah, we're getting wind gust reports here that could be, or radar estimated wind reports that could be up to 70 miles per hour. So these are winds that certainly could meet severe weather criteria. The National Weather Service has not warned this yet, but again, just because something is not severe warned, that doesn't mean we don't pay attention to it. We're keeping a super close eye on this storm, and the moment they severe warn it, we'll let you know, but this is gusty wind potential. It's going to cross over I-35. Here's Gerald. It's likely going to be just south of Gerald, where the strongest winds are located, but this is heading right towards New Corn Hill over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So just to update you on that storm, which is in northern Williamson County, not severe warned, but it is certainly has the potential there to produce some gusty winds. And then the third storm that we're watching is this activity, which is in Milam County right now. This is a storm that is severe and actually has a history of being severe off and on over about the past 2 hours now. So let's get you closer in on this. It just passed through the Cameron area. This includes Branchville, this includes Hoyt, and this includes Hanover. So right here in the white, that is where we're picking up on what could be some hail there between penny-sized and quarter-sized. Maysfield, you could have some small hail that's falling right now in addition to torrential rain and lightning. This is moving to the east-southeast at about 25, so this is going to be passing very close to Hoyt with gusty wind potential and hail potential, and this is going to be passing very close to the Hanover area with gusty wind potential as well. And there we go. We told you this would likely be the case. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Williamson County storms. Let me pull that up for you, and we'll see how long this warning is going. This is a warning for Williamson County that will go for the next hour. So this will go through 9:45. This area right here is trying to rotate. This is not a tornado warning, but we just told you things can change quickly with these storms. You have bare minimum, really gusty straight line winds that could be 60 to 70 miles per hour right here south of Gerald. This is between Gerald and Sun City. This is going to cross right over I-35, and it's going to head towards New Corn Hill here soon. So this is a storm that's really got my attention on it. As far as if a storm was going to try and rotate, I think it would be this one at this point. So if you live in Gerald, you've got strong winds that are coming in. In fact, here is a new scan. Let's get in as close as we possibly can, and we'll see what the latest scan is showing here, and we'll see if that rotation has increased a little bit here. Yeah, that's still got my attention to it. So right into this area, new scan again, it's fairly broad. So we're not super concerned about a tornado right now, but this whole area from Gerald right along I-35, this is really gusty wind that is crossing over I-35 right now. So if you know anybody that is driving along I-35, give them a call, let them know that we have severe weather that is moving through right now. We just want to make sure that everybody's being safe as this severe storm is rolling through. So what we'll do, we do not have any tornado warnings. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's recap all of these for you, and then we will get you back to regularly scheduled programming. If any of these are upgraded to a tornado warning, of course, we will come on here, we'll go wall to wall, but we also have our ongoing live coverage right now on the KVUE YouTube page, KVUE Plus, on our Roku app, all our streaming services, and on KVUE.com. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that's been producing hail and gusty winds that pass through Spicewood, and right now it's near Laga Vista and Briarcliff over northwestern Travis County. This is moving to the east, and this is going to pass into the northern Austin metro. There's a second storm that is over Williamson County right now near Gerald and near Sun City. This storm has a bigger wind threat to it, 60 to 70 plus mile per hour winds that's crossing over I-35, heading towards New Corn Hill. This severe thunderstorm warning does include the Granger area. This includes the Taylor area. This includes the 95 corridor, so if you live there, make sure you're sheltered as this storm moves through. And then third and final severe thunderstorm warning is the strong storm that just moved through the Cameron area. That storm also has a history of producing gusty winds as well as hail. So we will continue to watch this very closely for you through the rest of this evening. We'll get you back to regular programming again. If we need to hop on, we will. And we'll have our full newscast right here on KVUE at 10 o'clock.
There was echoing, so I made sure my mic was off, but they were. So I don't know if that has anything to do with me.
All right, now your mic is up. We'll let you walk them through these 3 severe thunderstorm warnings.
Alrighty, so we're continuing to watch our severe thunderstorm warnings. There are now 3 of them. I believe last time we were up on Facebook Live, there were only 2 out there, but they are continuing. We're continuing to see that upgraded activity as we head into the later hours of tonight, and we are seeing the 3 severe thunderstorm warned storms where our greatest kind of highlight is this first one that's coming to the east over Lago Vista at the moment, Lakeway, as well as Steiner Ranch. You need to be kind of aware that this is starting to move towards you, and they've also started to kind of cut off that backside of the polygon to show that areas like Spicewood, as well as Smithwick and Marble Falls and Hamilton Pool, you guys are kind of in the clear now from that severe storm threat, but there's possibility that we could continue to see some strong to severe storms move into the area a little bit later on too. So not completely out of the woods yet, but we are starting to see that very west end of our viewing area kind of not seeing too much activity at the current moment. So let's zoom in here because we do have another severe thunderstorm warning issued to the north of that, and that is stretching over the very northern portions of the I-35 corridor, moving right over Jarrell at the moment. Let's take a pause on this so we can continue to track exactly where it is as those scans come through live here for us. There's also plenty of, didn't mean to do that, there's also plenty of lightning associated with a lot of these, so I wouldn't be hanging out outside watching that storm roll through. Probably not the best idea. And we're also tracking the velocity for these storms as well. For the storm that is to the south there, passing into the northern stretches of Austin and Travis County, we're not seeing much in the way of an indication of potential for a tornado there, but to the north up towards the storm that is north of Georgetown, we do see some just very, very broad, maybe the storm attempting to rotate, but not doing the best job of it. So we're still watching that one very closely, but it doesn't look like there's anything to be really extremely worried about at this present moment in time. And now we are moving our map up towards Cameron, and that is where we are tracking our 3rd storm here. That has had the history of producing some large hail, and you can see right there in the white. I'll try and highlight that for you guys, kind of draw a little circle around there, right there in that white. That feedback, that gives us kind of an indication of where we could be seeing hail across that area, and we'll delete that real quick and kind of start over here. That's where we could be seeing some hail. So this is, let's zoom in a little bit. This is to the south of Maysfield, as well as inching to the east towards Hanover, as well as Branchville too. So very heavy rainfall associated with these storms, possibility of lightning, the possibility of very damaging gusts as well. We've seen reports of gusts around 36 miles per hour. I believe that was our most recent kind of official storm report, but it's possible that these storms could be producing winds anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour for within those very strong downdrafts that do come in. I want to see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service here. I believe they are just extending that severe thunderstorm for Williamson County until 9:45 p.m., which they may have also extended that polygon a little bit more towards the east, which they did, which you can kind of see on the radar right here. So we have lots of lightning, lots of very, very heavy rainfall to right now just the west of Granger. But if you're in Granger, you need to be staying inside at least for the moment, because although we are tracking this for potential for rotation, there's nothing that looks super strong at the moment, but even if you're not seeing a tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning is still something that you need to be, aware of, and staying inside, and even kind of having those backup generators, just kind of thinking about those things. Backup generators, some candles. I know that we even a few people were talking about just having their phones backed up and charged, just so that in case the power does go out. So we'll go back over to the velocity real quick. Still pretty broad in general, so that radar is really what we're going to be looking at. Let's go over to our hail. You can see our hail parameter here is kind of extensive over much of the storm. So we could be seeing anywhere from penny-sized hail, even an inch-sized hail in diameter was reported already tonight. So these storms have the history of producing that large hail as well. Let's go back down to our Round Rock storm. Well, it's now moving really to the north and east. Not much of a hail marker there, but still the possibility of some small to maybe medium-sized hail. Now, this is kind of spreading apart from its original kind of mother storm there, kind of splitting into two. This back half storm, I'll zoom in here, is starting to, no, I wouldn't say diminish, but is a little bit weaker than the one to the east of it. So areas towards Steiner Ranch, as well as Hudson Bend, Jonestown, and Laga Vista, you guys could still be seeing some heavy rainfall, especially over towards this eastern area of Hudson Bend. I believe it's Valente. You guys definitely seeing some heavier downpours there. Let's zoom out to that other area of hefty rain just to the north of the domain right now, passing through Round Rock and the very northern portions of I-35. Continuing to watch this kind of blob move through. It's got a lot of lightning as well as heavy rainfall, and we're still potentially tracking that for any indication of trying to rotate over the next couple of hours here. Not seeing too much in the way of hail either, and we don't have, well, we do have an update from the National Weather Service. It's kind of a long one, saying that we've got a low end threat for those tornadoes, as well as that large hail that we've been talking about. Damaging winds through 10 p.m. and maybe even 10:30 p.m. for Lee County. Now, Lee County is on the eastern side of our viewing area, and those storms have not yet made their way to, well, really east of I-35 just yet. Maybe this one up towards Georgetown and the northern portions of Williamson County, starting to shift eastward as we head into the next couple of minutes here.
Hey, there we go. Looks like they let the Travis warning drop off. I was just going to say, it's pretty interesting. You're showing it here on the radar, how the initial storm that prompted the warning kind of weakened down, and then the outflow of that sparked a new one, and that right now is over Round Rock. So Round Rock, you've got a lot of heavy rain. You've got lightning right now. In fact, this is our Kalahari cam, which is going to get pretty crazy here before too long, but that's no longer severe. We'll keep an eye on it, but we're really watching as far as severe potential, especially the wind, the storm that's moving into the Granger area right now. Here, I'll punch Max 1 back up for you, Grace. There you go.
Yeah, this one towards the Granger area is what we're watching, especially for the potential for that rotation. You can see the red on one side and those green signatures on the other side. That's just kind of showing that there's a broad rotation there, but we're not seeing anything. It's still very broad, and that's kind of what we've been noting for the past, really since we've been watching this storm. There hasn't been too much to worry about, but obviously something that our eyes are still going to be on as we head into the next several hours. I believe they extended that severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30 tonight.
For Williamson?
Yes, for Williamson. So we've still got a while to watch that one. And then this one over towards Cameron. It's got that lima bean shape to it. I'm zooming in a little bit too far there.
Yeah, I've got y'all looking too at the sky cam. Just want to keep kind of toggling back and forth on that. at our Kalahari cam as we have, it's a non-severe storm, but a loud storm that's over Round Rock right now, and it's producing all sorts of rain. So if you're watching us in Round Rock or that part of southern Williamson County, then we're not looking at severe weather, but we are looking at a strong storm at the moment. Okay, we'll get you back to the radar as well, just so we keep tabs on this. This is the portion of the storm, well, this is the Milam County storm right now that is still severe. This is near the Branchville area, and I'll walk you guys through that one. As Branchville, you're included in this, and all of these, as Grace was talking about, have that kind of shape to them where they're trying to spin a little bit. We don't have any tornado warnings, and as I'm looking at that, there's nothing imminent that's super concerning as far as a tornado, but gusty winds certainly possible with all of these storms. What I'll do too is in the top right here, I'll get our Kalahari cam back oriented for everybody. Yeah, so we're looking at Round Rock. Again, we have the non-severe storm that's right over Round Rock right now. It is not severe warned anymore. The severe thunderstorm warning for Travis has been allowed to expire. But this warning, and I'll tell you about 20 minutes ago when we were on air, I wanted to stick with it for a little bit. I thought they might try and issue a tornado warning for this, and it's getting real close to the radar. But this is heading towards Granger and towards Bartlett over far northern Williamson County right now. And still the base velocity is quite impressive. Let me loop this back. This, when it passed through New Corn Hill, that could have been easily 60, 70 plus mile per hour winds. Now ramping down a little bit. But what's important to note, and this was the situation that we had a few weeks ago when we were tracking a tornado, a possible tornado very close to here. The radar is only a couple miles away. So what the radar is seeing is very low to the ground. So as I cue up some of these winds, it's not a situation where this is, super high up in the air and it's, hey, we don't know if that's going to go down to the surface. When the radar is picking up 57 mile per hour winds just 4 or 5 miles away from the radar, that is low in the storm, and it's likely that those winds are translating down to the surface, to the ground where we live. So 50 plus mile per hour wind gust, certainly possible here over far northern Williamson County. This is heading towards Granger, and this is heading towards the Bartlett area. This is going to cross over the 95 corridor, and it's going to cross very close to our radar site, which is right there on the east side of Granger. So 2 warnings now. We have the Williamson County storm, we have the Milam County storm. Cameron, good news. Your threat from this storm winding down as it is now moving off to the east away from you. And then getting back in here closer to the metro, this is going to be interesting. We have now a little gust front, which is moving into Austin, and we'll see if that sparks some new activity. Here, we'll just kind of analyze it this way for you. So here's the non-severe storm right now, which is near Round Rock. This little green line coming down from this, that's the gust front, and that kind of sparked to this new storm to the north. We'll see if that sparks some new activity that could be right over downtown Austin here before too long. So this has been kind of an interesting evening where the models have not had a great grasp as far as timing on the storms. And right now we have just these kind of 2 separate clusters of storms that have developed. Keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat, they're saying a storm over North Austin will be canceled as a severe storm due to sub-severe hail echoes, still capable of producing dime-sized hail. Yeah. So that has been allowed to expire. Just to kind of reset for everybody, this is our tornado watch, which does not include Travis County. This includes Williamson County and Milam County and Lee County until 1 a.m. That's not to say that there could be storms farther south than that, but let's pull up, we're going to go into our model here, and we'll see what the high-res model is showing. Again, I wish the models were performing a little bit better today. They have not been, but let's get this pulled up for you. Here we go. So what I mean by they're not performing well is we know where storms are now, and because the models are not initialized with where the storms currently are, well, what does that mean for the projection forward? It means that it's probably not going to be that accurate. But the idea remains that as we get into the next hour, hour and a half, existing storms kind of expand and we start to get this line of storms, especially from Austin and points east. And that line is going to push down to the south. Here's midnight. Here's 1 a.m. crossing south of the I-10 corridor. And once the leading edge is through, our severe weather threat is pretty much done. But behind it, there's still going to be the potential for rain and even storms overnight and even into early tomorrow morning. Again, I don't think that's going to be severe. If anything, there would be some pockets of hail, but there's going to be much, much colder air that's moving in at that time. But even as we get into 8:30, 9, 10, we're still going to be looking at rain, but by the afternoon tomorrow, things are going to start to dry out. Here on the roof of KVUE, this is how we always know. You can hear it. We're getting the rain here in North Austin from this non-severe storm, and you know what's happening? This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. There's a crack of thunder here at the studio as well. Along the boundary, storms are developing, and these are likely going to start to blossom right over the metro. I thought this would be the case. We've got some of the wind pushed out from those storms. We also have the boundary itself now starting to move in. That's going to spark new storms, likely farther down to the south, and I think here over the next 20, 30 minutes, we may start to get that line of storms to form, like what we were talking about. So again, not done with the severe weather threat, certainly not over northern Williamson County, where we still have a severe storm capable of producing gusty winds that is moving into the Granger area here shortly. In fact, let's pull up the wind speeds here. Let's kind of orient ourselves in. So you see where the purples are showing up? That's where the front itself is starting to move in. So that front is starting to catch up with the boundary that earlier was producing storms, and as this all kind of gels together, we're going to get this line of storms, I think, that develops here over the next hour or two. That sweeps down to the south. There's some lingering rain back behind it, but a much colder weather is going to be moving in. In fact, as you look at the temperatures, you're probably going to start to see that gradient already showing up. Yeah, it's 77 in Mason here in the next hour. That could drop 15 to 20 degrees.
Downtown's getting a pretty good light show, too. There's some.
Check. I've got I-35 at Holly Street, the camera that you're looking at pulled up there.
And I'm even getting, texts and videos from my friends and things that, if you're downtown right now, I know, South by Southwest still going on, plenty of people hanging out outside and enjoying their night, but there's a light show out there, and there's potential that some of those lightning strikes, although it won't be raining, lightning will be happening around you, and that can, lead to scarier situations as well. So I would say if you're listening to this and you're outside, it's probably in your best interest to stay inside. But yeah, still continuing to track those storms. Let's pull up that radar once again, because kind of you can see where that outflow boundary is, starting to organize its own little line of a storm there. And that is where we're starting to see some of those lightning strikes really kick up, and those are headed towards those downtown areas and causing that light show there. So yeah, can't really get my lightning to show up too well.
Real quick, I'm going to punch up this video for you guys to see. Had this sent in on Twitter. All sorts of reports of tons of lightning here, so check this out. Again, the only severe storm, or the two severe storms right now, Williamson County, Milam County. This that you're looking at is not severe, but this is a huge light show right now. That was sent in by Brady, who was actually here shadowing us yesterday. Thank you very much, Brady, for tagging us in that. And then here is KVUE's very own Tyler Feldman sent in this video. Again, just all sorts of lightning right now across the metro. All right, Grace, got Max 2 is pulled back up for you.
Alrighty, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit just because you can kind of see now. We have our severe thunderstorm warning for the areas north and east of Williamson County, but you can already see stretching all the way up towards, well, really to the east of Dallas now, and then down towards that I-35 corridor, you can see where those storms are starting to attempt to line up. And are now stretching down towards the Austin area and even touching, our northern ends of Travis County. So we're starting to see that activity ramp up as we head into the later hours of tonight.
Well, look at this on our tower cam.
Oh, yeah?
Where it says it's rolling. You can see it here on this computer. Yeah, that is I mean, you can even see the rain shaft there and a heck of a lightning display. These storm, again, what's moving at Austin right now is not severe. No, we're watching it. It's strengthening. But this has tons of lightning. There's the torrential rain. I mean, that's pretty amazing from our tower cam. The storm's going to pass right. What can happen sometimes is because this is 2,000 feet up in the air, is the storms will just kind of engulf this camera. But we're back on Max 2 now, and you can see what that looks like on the radar.
And people are starting to ask about San Marcos, kind of those southern areas. What do we think we're going to see as we head into the night here? Now, there is that that line that I was just talking about that's starting to kind of feed in from the north and east. That hasn't stretched down towards San Marcos just yet. You guys are still dry, but you can see the outflow boundary still kind of hanging on. That's what those storms are starting to pick up on to the east of Austin now. They're not severe storms, but they are starting to kind of filter in, as you can see, and they may start to move or kind of build in a little bit more south. So you could see areas down towards Kyle, as well as that southern I-35 corridor start to maybe see some rain start to filter in from the west end. But right now, San Marcos, Kyle, Buda, I believe, is Buda is still dry for the moment. And they are extending this severe thunderstorm warning into the Austin metro at the moment. So this is going to go till 10:15 p.m. So now, you know, we were just talking about a light show. This has turned into a stickier situation, and I would highly suggest, if you were out there watching that lightning, that you make it to your indoor spot, because there will be some heavy rain moving in the next couple of minutes for the Austin metro, especially downtown Austin. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to need to stay indoors. I know a lot of people are probably outside, you know, with lots of South by Southwest stuff going on, but yeah, it's turning a little bit heftier here. So
all right, Grace, we'll do the same thing we just did. I'll have you come over here to Max 1, and this is a little behind the scenes here, but we're going to do another cut-in coming up at 9:15, which is perfectly timed out with this new severe thunderstorm warning. And I'll head over here to Max 2, and we'll get that going for everybody. But again, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for the Austin metro and then points east, now moving into Bastrop County. This is essentially the same storm that earlier produced a severe thunderstorm warning. However, that storm kind of kicked out a little boundary, and the new storms developed on that boundary. So now we have gusty wind potential and hail potential that is moving through the Austin metro, and we just want to make sure everybody is sheltered indoors. Again, not a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning. But this is certainly a situation where gusty winds and hail mean that you'll want to be indoors as this passes through. Grace?
Yeah, so we're going to continue to watch this as this moves over the Austin metro, because it's where we've got most of our population in there down towards Austin and the downtown areas of Austin. So if you are in and around that area, you're going to be experiencing really heavy downpours if you're not already. This storm is also moving pretty fast, about 60 miles per hour. So it's going to be over in the next few minutes if you are in downtown Austin. So if you want to head to that indoor spot, that shelter. Now, like we were saying, this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. So, no need to really get to your safe shelter. But you probably want to be indoors just for your own sake. I don't think anybody really wants to be out there in a torrential downpour, especially with all of that lightning that is going on. You already saw from those videos Hunter was pulling up just a couple minutes ago that it is a crazy light show, and some of that lightning is also striking outside of the thunderstorm. So even if you're not experiencing that rain, lightning could strike anywhere around you as well. This is going to continue until, let's look at our...
All right, real quick, guys, we're about to hop on TV, so I'm going to put you on Max 1. I'm going to turn off, or Max 2 rather. I'm going to turn off the extra microphone, so hopefully we don't have any issues here. And we're going to hop on real quick, and we'll do a cut in on TV. Then we'll get back to you here on the live stream. All right, time is now 9:15. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Just another quick weather update for you guys ahead of our newscast at 10. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes the heart of the Austin Metro, downtown Austin, and then north up to the Pflugerville area. This will go through the rest of eastern Travis County and into Bastrop County. This warning goes through 10:15, so an hour from now. These are new storms that have developed over the last 15-20 minutes. Gusty winds, 50, 60 plus possible within here, as well as some pockets of hail. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. We don't see signs of a tornado right now, but it is something that we'll continue to watch through the rest of this evening. This includes Austin, this includes Cedar Creek, Elgin, Pflugerville, and Wells Branch. However, that is one of 3 warnings that we're now watching. All 3 are severe thunderstorms. This storm has now passed through the Granger area and it's right over our radar site. This one especially has a history of producing gusty winds, 60 plus. That's going to pass out on the other side of the radar. This is going to move through the rest of eastern Williamson County, and if this continues, it will pass into Milam County with gusty wind potential. Speaking of Milam County, this is the 3rd storm that we are keeping a close eye on. At times, this one, you see it's got a little hook shape to it. It's been trying to rotate and has had some broad rotation, but at this time, it's not tight enough for a tornado warning. But there could certainly be a hail core in here with quarter-size plus hail and also some gusty winds. This will continue to move to the east-southeast. This may clip far northern Lee County, but at the moment, this trajectory is taking it generally away from our KVUE area. So just to reiterate for everybody, we have 3 warnings now. All 3 are severe thunderstorm warnings as our boundary, our cold front, is now starting to move in. So this is likely all going to gel into a line of storms from Austin points east, and this is all going to dive down to the south over the next 30 minutes and eventually over the next couple of hours, and then much colder air is going to be moving in tonight. So we are right here in the KVUE Weather Center watching it for you. We have our ongoing stream on our KVUE Facebook page, YouTube page, and on KVUE.com and KVUE Plus. We'll have another update for you at 9:35 and then our full newscast tonight at 10. Cool, thank you.
9:35 for the next one, right?
Yeah, we'll do 9:35. All right, we are back here, and Grace, we got Max 1 up for you, and your mic is up.
Yep. Hello. Yep. So we're back and we're still tracking this storm here. It's moving over Austin right now, or at least the Austin metro area. So downtown Austin, the east side, it is pretty much over you at this moment. Now, this is moving just a little bit slower than our storms to the north of us. This severe thunderstorm warning is going until 10:15 tonight. So we have a little while, about an hour, that this is still going to be shifting over the areas of Austin as well as just east of Austin too. So you can see that there's plenty of lightning and plenty of rain there, very heavy downpours across the Austin area and even extending upwards towards the Austin Executive Airport and areas to the north and east. We are going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see kind of exactly where we are, or where our standings are as we head into the next couple of hours here. We have 3 severe warned storms, and we were watching for some potential for rotation and a couple of them a little bit earlier on tonight, but for the moment now, it's not looking like we're seeing too much on that front. Mostly just more straight line damaging winds is what you'd be expecting out of these storms that are moving through, and they could be, those wind gusts, I mean, could be upwards of 40 to 50 and even, you know, inching towards that 60 mile per hour mark. We can definitely see 60 mile per hour winds within severe storms. So looking down towards the Austin area, you can kind of see that line that is extending a little bit southward now towards the areas of Dripping Springs and a little bit southward. So if you are kind of in those areas as we're shifting into the next couple hours, you could see that line sort of kind of extend down towards Wimberley as well as towards Kyle. But right now you guys are dry. But let's continue to track those severe thunderstorm warnings, because that is what we need to pay the most attention to. Now, right now, kind of just to the north and east of Austin there, you can see that large blob of a storm, plenty of lightning in there as well. Let's take a look at where we're seeing the potential for that hail within these. So that is a touch more to the south. I don't want to zoom in too far. That is a touch more to the south, so where it's moving over the Austin area, or at least the kind of city boundaries, is where we're expecting kind of the potential for that large hail to be. Not as much up towards Manor and spreading east towards Elgin, but there's obviously large blob of that very heavy rainfall and that lightning too. So those are kind of the impacts that you guys can be expecting up towards that northeast area. Let's zoom in once again over towards our Austin area and turn that kind of hail swath off and move over to our velocity. So we are seeing a lot of green. That means that there's a lot of winds going towards the radar, and they can be very, very breezy. But right now we're not seeing anything too crazy at the moment. But kind of as that rain comes towards you, you feel that outflow, and then that's when the rains are going to hit you, you know, just minutes after that. So it's starting to actually move past Austin now, because these storms are moving pretty quickly. And let's take a check on our other ones to the north now, because that's going to just kind of continue to kind of march through the Austin area, or at least to the east of it now. Up towards Thorndale, they have shrunk that polygon, or that severe thunderstorm warning polygon, up that way. So this is moving now over Circleville and up towards Granger, kind of past that area, so over towards Waterloo as well as Hoxie and Hare as well as Sandoval. You guys are anticipating that next round of rain as this what is now still a severe thunderstorm warning, but not for much longer. They're anticipating that to sort of make its or start to weaken as we head through the next couple of minutes here.
Let's take a look at our Concordia weather cam. Punch up here. We'll go to soft panels over here. We'll get cam 27, and we can put that in router 1. So many pictures coming in of all the lightning across our area, and there's a perfect display of that right now on our camera. We're getting that pulled up for you, and there we go. Check that out. I mean,
that is the one that's been
nearly constant lightning there.
Yeah.
So these storms, again, they're severe with gusty wind potential certainly there. In fact, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes far northern Lee County, which we'll get you updated on. That's that same storm from Milam County. All of these storms capable of gusty winds, but the light show, this is going to be everywhere as well. So I know we got South by stuff going on. I know some of those events are outside tonight too. It is pouring rain, real nasty weather right now over Austin. So I hope that everybody is inside as these storms are passing through. But Grace, like you were saying, and we can back the radar out a little bit here, these storms are moving through. So for the Austin area, this has actually been a little bit ahead of schedule. So this severe storm is going to be moving out of the Austin area here pretty shortly.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of were talking about it just 10 minutes ago. It was moving into the area. Now it's moving out of the area. So you guys are going to be starting to dry off, but kind of as we were talking about, this kind of lower area starting to feed in towards those southern areas. So areas, you know, down towards San Marcos, they're kind of wondering, are we going to be hit tonight? It might take a little while, but you could maybe see some heavier rain passing through a little bit later from now.
Yeah, I think what's happening is we had those initial storms that formed on the dry line. Those sparked their own little boundaries. That kind of moved into the metro, sparking new storms, and now the front's starting to catch up with all of it.
Yeah.
So this is just going to gel into a big line, and I think this is going to fill in more from Austin out to the east. This is going to fill in through northern Bastrop County, where this warning is going to go. This is going to fill in through parts of Lee County, and eventually all this is going to sweep down to the south tonight.
And you can already kind of see that starting to happen with that boundary extending all the way from the northeast of us down towards Austin.
This right, that's the front right here, which is coming in. These storms earlier sparked on the dry line. As all this kind of syncs up, it's just going to gel into one big line of storms, I think, and that's going to sweep through tonight. But even behind it, I know you were showing them some of the model runs, even behind the initial line of storms, that'll be out of here. We were thinking 1 a.m. based on how fast these are moving. It might
Probably
actually be
midnight
before midnight.
Yeah, potentially. 11.
That will end our severe threat, but there could still be some rain that kind of works up from the south back behind that too.
We're not seeing much of that on the radar yet, or any kind of filtering in, so it might kind of, we might see kind of this move through just right now and kind of get a little bit of a break, and then potentially see some more storms moving in overnight, early Friday morning as well. So.
Yeah, for the Austin Metro, let's zoom in a little bit closer on this Austin storm too. It's now starting to pass out on the east side of town. So right in downtown, the heavy rain starting to move out. This is going to pass now close to the airport through 183. So again, here we are, the I-35 corridor. Here's I-35. So back on the west side of that downtown, and then as you get back west out towards the hills, that's now starting to dry out. Montopolis, 183, these areas out into East Austin, East Riverside Drive, McKinney Falls Parkway, eventually moving out to Del Valley. You guys are going to be next up. This is going to be out around the airport. Here's the airport right here included in that warning. Burleson Road, all of these areas, you guys have a severe storm that is moving in. It's going to cross over the 130 toll. If you live near any of these communities, just want to give you a heads up. We have very gusty winds. Garfield, Weberville, this storm is heading towards you. And mainly this is a straight line wind threat, but when you start getting little kinks in the line like that, where things start to try and rotate a little bit, we'll be watching that very closely.
Yeah. And I think just that extended warning was the only thing that we have from the National Weather Service that is new for the moment.
Okay.
And that's not for this storm, that is for the one north towards Cameron, which is looking like it's starting to weaken just based on radar, but it still kind of has that appendage, maybe even attempting to rotate still. Let's go over to our velocity. Nope, not much that we're seeing there.
Yeah, and then the other thing to watch will be that Williamson County storm too. That one is starting to move out of Williamson County, so we'll see if they decide to extend that warning. That one earlier, I'll tell you, had a really nasty wind signature right over I-35. It's not quite as pronounced now. This passed right over our Granger radar site. That's going to move into Milam County, and it's possible they may choose to not extend that. But at this point, we still have 3 severe storms, the one moving through Austin, heading towards Bastrop, heading towards Cedar Creek right now. Lots of wind, lots of lightning, maybe some pockets of hail in there as well. A strong storm over far northeastern Williamson County near Granger. That one in the process of maybe weakening a little bit. And then the Milam County storm that eventually is going to pass out of our area. And then it's a question of how far down to the south is that line going to fill in. Now that we're starting to see that boundary from Buda down into about the Wimberley area, I think that's going to be the next area to watch. I think that section of the line from Wimberley to Kyle to Buda and then eventually down to San Marcos, I think that's going to fill in here next.
Yeah, for sure.
Grace, maybe you can walk them through some of the model guidance through the rest of tonight. I know it's not doing super well, but if you pull up the HER has kind of a decent grasp. I think it's doing the best right now. We've been talking about how the models have really been struggling with this, and we continue to just kind of show you around here. I mean, look at this from our Concordia camera. Still, that is nearly constant lightning. This is our tower cam as the storms now. So this is really interesting. We watched as the storms moved in. You saw that rain shaft come in. Now they have passed over. So now we're looking from Westlake Hills over downtown Austin, out towards Montopolis, out towards the airport, out towards Garfield, towards those areas, getting closer to Bastrop County. You can see those storms as they're now moving east away from the camera and the drier air that's now rain-free, so you can see out of the camera back that way. But these things are still producing near constant lightning. I mean, it is just remarkable. Still our Concordia camera, all sorts of lightning right now. It's just not a big deal if we don't have the HER pulled up here. I can get it going on Max 2 here in a little bit. But in fact, I'll do that for you real quick. Real quick, I'm going to go on over to Max 2. And these are the winds right now. Also kind of interesting. Yeah, so Burnett is gusting to 32. or excuse me, Llano is gusting to 32. That is not from a thunderstorm. That is from the cold front itself, which is moving in. But here we go, going through some of the model data for you. Let me back that up. Again, it's not perfectly initialized, but you get the idea. We have this line of storms that is now developing. It continues to develop, and it moves down to the south. So as we get into midnight, if not before then, we're looking at Lockhart, parts of Caldwell County, parts of Bastrop County, into Lee County, into Fayette County, places like LaGrange. And then by 12:31, if not sooner, the leading edge is through, and that should put an end to our severe weather risk. This is not going to be all night long, okay? By 1 a.m., I think our severe weather risk winding down. But then back behind it, watch this. And this is actually what happened 2 weeks ago, the night that we had a couple of those tornado warnings. Back behind it, we're actually going to get some residual moisture and even some storms that kind of come up behind the cold front. Now, colder air is going to be rapidly moving in. Look at this by 5. There's still rain out there, but temperatures are in the upper 30s to mid 40s. That is not an environment where you're looking at big severe weather issues. These would be more elevated storms, but still could have some heavy rain, even some thunder, lightning out there. Even into 7 a.m. Here's 8 a.m. There still could be some pretty heavy rain southeast of Austin. Here's 9, 10:30, 11, 12, and then eventually as we get into the afternoon, that's going to move out. But this model, I'll tell you what, might need to look at my high temperature forecast tomorrow. By 1 p.m. still has us at 46. I think if we get a little bit of sunshine late day, we'll probably get up into the 50s. But the point being, it will be a drastically different day tomorrow behind this cold front. But for now, we continue, it's first things first. We got to continue to watch these storms. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm, which passed through Austin. But the good news, immediate Austin area, you'll be trimmed out of this here shortly. But we have this moving right over the 130 toll. This is going to cross out around the airport near Garfield. And this is still a strong, severe storm heading towards Weberville that could have pockets of gusty winds in here. In fact, let's do that. Getting on the velocity here just to make sure. I'll punch up some of these numbers. None of this is jumping out to me. This could certainly be 30 to 40 plus mile per hour winds. And some pockets of hail. And then the lightning has been the big thing. And it's interesting, you can see on the lightning strikes how the storm has moved through Austin, but trailing back behind it, all of these lightning strikes that are still kind of right over downtown. So all of our sky cams. Okay, so for Williamson. Okay, did they say anything for Travis? Not yet. Okay, so this warning for Williamson will drop off. I guess they're going to extend it. So this is where we're kind of handing off between National Weather Service offices. Williamson County will be dropped from the warning, but it looks like NWS Dallas will pick this up, and it will include Thorndale and Rockdale. So Milam County, you now have 2 severe thunderstorms that are over the county. One is moving out. It's over 190 out around the Hicks area. That's moving east. That's going to pass out of here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. But then back behind it, the storm that's approaching Thorndale, that one is moving in, and that one still has gusty wind potential. So what we'll do here, let's see, what time is it, Mars?
9:33.
9:33, okay. We are going to get ready for a cut-in here. I'm going to leave you on max 2. We'll make sure there's no echoes going on here. You might hear things be quiet here for a minute. We're just preparing for this cut-in coming up on KVUE. Then we'll walk you through it on TV, and then we'll pick things back up here on the backside.
One minute.
Mm-hmm.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, time is now 9:35. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Another quick weather update for you. Then we'll take a break and we'll have our full newscast, full forecast update coming up at 10 o'clock. For the Austin area, we are still tracking a severe storm that is now cleared downtown Austin, and we'll be able to trim some areas out of this warning soon, but it is now over eastern Travis County. This is going to pass out around the airport, and this eventually is going to move east into Cedar Creek and into northern Bastrop County. This warning will go through 10:15, so still a while left on it, but just to get in a little bit closer, again, if you live in Garfield, if you live out around the airport, any of these communities getting up closer to Weberville, this is a severe storm where there still could be pockets of winds that are upwards of 50, 60 miles per hour in spots. And what you'll notice is still tons of lightning even back behind the storm. We have had numerous videos sent in of the impressive lightning. Williamson County, good news, your severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped as this severe storm is now moving into Milam County. So we have one storm north of elevation that is moving out of Milam County that's severe. A new one, though, that is moving in that's going to pass near or just north of the Thorndale area with gusty wind potential and pockets of hail also possible. So those are the two main storms that we're watching, but we now have our cold front starting to move in from the north. That's going to mix in with these storms. We have a line that's starting to develop now from Travis down to Buda. This could fill in over parts of Hayes County, and then that big line of storms is all going to drop down to the south. So not done with severe weather potential for the evening, and then tomorrow a much different story, a very winter-like forecast for the weekend. Believe it or not, we may even be talking about a few snowflakes in the forecast by Saturday morning. It's a busy forecast. We'll have the full details for you coming up on KVUE News tonight at 10 o'clock. All right, so we wrapped up the TV thing. What we'll do, we'll come on over here. Grace, your mic is on.
Alrighty.
And we got Max one pulled up.
All right, cool. We are still seeing just so much lightning out here. We have been kind of talking about that lightning a little bit earlier on. I kind of want to show, hopefully I can get like a camera in here as well. That might take a little bit to chop up here or link up here. And now my Max 1 is restarting. So maybe you can't see anything at all, but here we go. Starting to come back here. So it might just take a little bit. Hopefully none of you guys are seeing absolutely black screens, but starting to come back up and load, and we've got our right now I believe this is the Pennypacker cam, so a huge light show over Austin tonight, and we're continuing to track. Wow, it is really crazy out there. Hopefully some of you can get some cool videos for us that we can talk about in the 10 p.m. show, because it is absolutely awesome out there. However, I would be taking those videos, you know, on your porch, maybe. At least get some shelter, because some of you are still going to be under this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until I believe 10:15 p.m. Let's make sure that I'm right about that. Yep, 10:15 tonight is when that severe thunderstorm warning will expire, and even portions on the western half of that storm have started to be chopped off from that polygon and are now in a safe zone for the moment. But those of you on the east side of that storm are not. So you guys are still awaiting the potential for that, you know, really large downpours, as well as a lot of lightning that is moving through the area. So I would say if you are Camp Swift, Bastrop, Clearview, Cedar Creek, Garfield, even McDade, you guys are dry for the very short moment right now, but these storms, as we've been seeing all evening long, they're moving very, very swiftly. You're gonna be under that downpour and those heavy, hefty rains very quickly, and then it's just gonna kind of pass on through. At the moment, we're still not seeing any real velocity to be taking extreme note of at this time, at least for a rotating thunderstorm. But we are seeing some pretty significant straight line wind reports as of the past couple hours. So there is going to be wind associated with these thunderstorms that are moving through. Just, you know, not the rotating wind, not the type of wind that we would need a tornado warning for. We're just under that severe thunderstorm warning. We still have a couple of other warnings to the north and east of us, up towards Thorndale and extending really past Milam County now. You know, kind of the storms, I'll zoom in on them right here, but we'll see them kind of big cluster together, and then that outflow boundary will actually initiate another storm out ahead of it. And we've seen that twice already tonight, and I believe that was the story for these two storms shifting to the east of Milam County now towards Aston, as well as I believe it's Elevation and Chrisman. So we're still watching a larger storm over towards Thorndale that's shifting into the west of Milam County now. Was our severe storm that we were watching over towards the northern ends of the Williamson County area, which is now in Milam County, and continuing to offshoot lots of lightning as well as those heavy downpours. I want to take another, check in on what we're seeing with our current winds, because as that cold front is starting to kind of dip into our area, we're probably seeing some greater wind gusts. Now, for the moment, you can see kind of where that blank spot is, kind of stretching off into the I-35 corridor, but right behind that you see 28 to 36 mile per hour wind gusts, and then on the front half of that where the south and easterly wind is, Bastrop seeing 14 mile per hour gusts, and a little bit gusty up towards College Station as well. So kind of where exactly that front is, it's very calm and then very breezy on both sides, especially that western side. We're gonna continue to see those winds, pretty hefty winds through really tomorrow morning. We're under a wind advisory, I believe, until noon tomorrow. So we're gonna continue to see that, and what we were talking about, that severe thunderstorm, new T-storm warning just to the south, where those storms are kind of building in off that outflow boundary. So they're extending, may extend over towards Wimberley before they kind of get out ahead of that, and then extending towards Kyle. You guys might get wet with this one for sure. You're right outside of the boundary, but as you can see, it's continuing to build in as we get those new scans to come in.
Yeah, so Buda now included in this new warning. Lockhart, whole 183 corridor, Cedar Creek down to Red Rock. So now most of Bastrop County included as this line starts to fill in. What we're going to do real quick, though, is we're going to get you back to the radar loop just here for the next 15 minutes. We're going to take a little second here and regroup for our 10 o'clock show and make sure everything is in order for that. So we'll leave you with the radar loop. There won't be sound, but we're still here. If anything gets a tornado warning or anything like that, we will hop on and we'll walk you through it, of course. But we'll take a quick 10-15 minute break. We'll see you tonight at 10 o'clock. We'll have full news, full weather, all of that coming up in about 15 or 20 minutes. Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Wanted to do one last update on the forecast for you guys as we get into the overnight hours. And I'm happy to say that our severe weather risk is now winding down. Now, I say that does not mean that we are completely done with rain just yet. In fact, we still have some strong storms over Caldwell, Bastrop, into Fayette County now. They're not severe, but still packing a bit of a punch. Those will move down to the south by midnight. So in the next 40 minutes, we can formally end our severe weather risk. I'm hearing myself on my own computer. We've had so many echoes through the day today on all of our live streams. I apologize. We'll get that fixed for you guys. There we go. And that will put an end to our severe weather risk. But through the rest of the overnight, there could still be some lingering rain and non-severe storms overnight. And if you've walked outside, you can already feel the difference. Things starting to get chilly. So we'll talk about the forecast moving forward. And yes, the chance for a little bit of snow, believe it or not, across the hill country Saturday morning. Okay, so let's hop into the radar here, and we'll track some of this activity for you. Austin area, pretty quiet right now. Let's start from southern Travis down into Hayes County. There's still some heavy rain from southern Travis into Buda, into Kyle, down I-35 into San Marcos, around Wimberley, Driftwood, these areas getting some rain right now. In fact, what's kind of interesting here, and I'll pause it for you. You can see the cold front, which has passed through almost all of the KVUE area. This boundary right here, that's essentially where the cold front is in red there. So that is now moving down to our south. And once that clears our area, again, colder, more stable air is going to move in. That ends our severe weather risk. Still a pretty heavy storm there with some lightning around Lockhart, and that goes into parts of Bastrop County, south of Cedar Creek. Still some lighter rain in town in Bastrop. A little bit of rain still in the Smithville area. And then this is definitely the strongest storm that we have left, the leading edge of the winds here. Moving through LaGrange, this will be heading down to the I-10 corridor here shortly. In fact, it's got that kind of bowing shape to it. That kind of tells me that we might have some gusty winds in here. So let's hop in here on the velocity and just kind of see what we've got. Now we're a ways from the radar here, but we're picking up on winds. Yep. That still could be 40 plus miles per hour. So while these storms are not severe, they do still have a little bit of a punch to them. So gusty winds heading through Fayette County right now. But once we get that leading edge through here, that will, again, put an end to our severe weather risk. And just to back out the view a little bit, I mean, it's been a crazy active day across the state. Grace and I were watching some of the severe weather coverage from our sister station, WFAA in Dallas. They had a whole slew of severe thunderstorm warnings and several tornado warnings today. You can see that leading edge of the storms right along the cold front, which is now moving out. So that's kind of a radar recap for you. What we want to do is toss things over to Grace, who will walk us through the windy weather, which is blowing in now, and how things will kind of unfold through the rest of tonight. And then we'll talk a little bit about the snow potential as well. Grace?
Yeah, I'm going to add a couple of tidbits to that snow potential, some fun facts for you guys. But yep, here I got our wind advisory pulled up. This is going to continue through noon tomorrow, so breezy conditions from now until the afternoon tomorrow, which we already are seeing out there. Here's a look at today's maximum wind gusts. It's a little bit of a lag on this graphic. I would say we're already kind of seeing some heftier winds towards the hill country. Let's take a look at what we're seeing right now. You can really tell where that cold front boundary is because those gusty winds are right behind it, and we still do have some kind of breezier winds even out towards LaGrange and Fayette County already are still gusting at 29 miles per hour, even ahead of the front with those southeasterly winds. But behind the front, you'll see 36 in Burnett, Georgetown at 26 and 31 mile per hour gusts even right here in Austin. That's going to continue to blow through the area as we head through the night tonight. Now here's just kind of another way to look at that boundary. You got that southeast flow from the southeast, obviously out of the Gulf, and that is much more humid air. Those dew points are also going to drop off significantly as we head through the next 12 hours or so, and very chilly temperatures up there towards Amarillo and the panhandle of Texas. Let's move through the day on Friday. we could see some pretty gusty winds, even gusting up to 40 miles per hour well through the 9 a.m. hour. So if your commute tomorrow might be a little touch and go at some times, because it's going to be pretty breezy and we're still going to see the potential for a few showers and even some heavy rainfall hanging around for Friday morning. The wind advisory is going to expire by 12 p.m., but we could even see some breezier conditions after that as we extend into Friday afternoon. So just because the advisory is ending doesn't mean that you won't note some breezier winds still through the afternoon. Let's push forward, because obviously these models have not really been picking up on the exact location of the storms today. I mean, this is the most recent run of our high resolution model here that's still putting storms in the middle of our KVUE viewing area, which we just know is not the case. They're already shifting off to the east of our area. But shifting into about 3 a.m., still the possibility of some showers and heavy rain lingering around, maybe some rumbles of thunder there, but should remain sub-severe. Into commuter hours now, around 8 a.m. on Friday. Those temperatures are going to be staying very chilly tomorrow morning in the lower 40s for many spots, and then some of those showers still hanging around as we continue to see those temperatures stay pretty cool even through the afternoon. We might get some sunshine in the mix that may bump up our temperatures into the mid 50s, but lower 50s, even maybe some places heading or staying in the upper 40s, potentially possible in a few spots if we don't get that cloud cover to clear out. And then fast forward into Saturday morning, that's when you see that white blob starting to inch towards Fredericksburg there. I was talking about these last freeze dates, kind of the last time of the year that we see freezing temperatures. It could even go into, well, the latest last freeze date is April 9th. So, I mean, it's still spring after all. It's a transitional season. We can definitely see those cold punches of air, and we could still see that. Obviously, this weekend we're calling for a little bit of snowfall. The latest snowfall we've ever seen here in Austin is March 27th, 1930, and I've got some other events up here for snowfall in March. March 25th, 2021, that was kind of the latest, most recent time that we've seen a little bit of snowfall, just a trace recorded at Camp Mabry. March 3rd, 1965. That's the most snowfall we've ever seen in the month of March here in Austin. So not too much really to worry about. I don't think we're going to see 2 inches in Fredericksburg on Saturday morning, but some light grassy accumulations may be possible. And then March 18th, that is, when we're expecting some flurries to be out there. The last time it snowed here on March 18th was 1934, so kind of far back there. We'll throw it back over to Hunter so he can kind of tell you what you can expect for potential Saturday morning snow.
Yeah, thank you, Grace. We all know this is the time of the year where things can certainly still be interesting. Here in central Texas, we are past, as Grace was saying, the average date of the last freeze for Austin, but not past the latest on record. And the average last freeze for the Hill Country is around March 20th. So we're still kind of in that wheelhouse. But it is a little strange to be talking about snow, especially given we're tracking severe storms through this evening. So I wanted to show you this, and Grace kind of walked you through some of the models. This is my hand-drawn map. Just to be clear here, we're not expecting anything crazy. We're not expecting a high impact event. It's not going to be like the icing or anything like what we saw back a couple of months ago. However, in that zone in the dark blue there from Blanco into Gillespie County, this includes Fredericksburg and Harper and Doss and Johnson City and places like that. There's the chance that you briefly, late Friday night into Saturday morning, see a transition over to some snow. And then in that lighter blue color, that's where maybe a few flakes could mix in. And for Austin snow lovers, I'm sorry, I do not expect snow for the Austin Metro Friday night or Saturday morning. But for far western and southwestern portions of Travis County, maybe a couple of snowflakes in there. But for most of us, I think this is just going to be rain showers. However, wanted to show you a couple of models. So Grace showed you the graph model. This is another one of our computer models that we use a lot of times. It's called the HRRR. And it is showing that by Saturday morning, 6 a.m., same type of deal, but a little bit more widespread. In that white and pink, we have snow and then a mix of rain and snow making it into parts of the hill country with this next band of showers. And that could last through the start of the day on Saturday, but then as we kind of warm things up for the afternoon, that's looking like just chilly rainfall. However, that model earlier today was even more aggressive with snow, but I'll run you through some of the snowfall projections here. And what this is picking up on is even any amount of measurable snow. So anything over a trace of snow. So I don't want you to think that where that white gets into Travis County that's anything meaningful. It's not. But where you start to see some of those blues across Gillespie County, out around Fredericksburg and out around Blanco, that's where the potential is going to be there for maybe a little bit of light accumulation on grassy surfaces. Now, with air temperatures that will barely be at freezing, if not, a little bit above just based on the temperature profile of the atmosphere, this is not going to stick on the roads. It's going to be too warm for that. This is not going to cause big travel issues. But out on the back deck, some elevated surfaces on the grass, maybe a little coating of snow. I can't completely rule that out, but just to show you some of the uncertainty here, this is the same snowfall projection, but from the graph model. That's the model that Grace showed you, and it just barely dips in just the tiniest bit of snow across Gillespie County. So we're not looking at anything too major here, but as we get the severe storms out of here, we will transition from severe weather mode into more of a winter weather mode, and we'll have more on that for you for tomorrow. Just a final radar recap for you. Here's the deal. No severe storms right now, but this is still some gusty wind that is heading through Fayette County. The National Weather Service, just since we've been talking, has actually issued a strong storm advisory for this, for wind gusts that could be 40 plus, heading right along Highway 71. This is going to get down towards Schulenburg. This is going to get down to the I-10 corridor. But here in the next 15-25 minutes, this is going to move out of Fayette County and will be out of our KVUE area. And then the stuff back behind it, again, is not severe. This is just good sleeping weather tonight with some lingering rain out there. Then we'll leave you with the 7-day forecast, and then we'll get you back to the radar loop. Here it is. Again, a chance for some showers lingering into tomorrow morning, about a 30%. The day is going to be cool and breezy. Highs 55 might be optimistic, honestly. We'll stay in the 50s through the day. Saturday, I've upped us to a 40% chance for some showers in the morning. Again, there could be a little bit of snow across parts of Gillespie and Blanco County, but not looking at anything too crazy. And then Sunday, there's a small rain chance, 54, a 20 to 30% rain chance Monday, but that rain chance is kind of going down too. But nonetheless, it's going to be chilly, highs in the 50s, mornings 30s and 40s over the weekend. As Grace was saying, could see some freezing temperatures across the hill country before we start to see things warm back up as we get to the middle and end of next week. So that's going to do it. I'll still be here in the Weather Center watching things through the rest of this evening, but we'll get you back to the radar loop, and here in the next couple of minutes, we'll probably let this radar stream expire as the storms are now moving out. Jordan Darensburg will be in the morning. We'll have you covered on daybreak, talking about any lingering rain and the colder weather moving in, and then I'll be back at 5, 6, and 10 tomorrow. So hopefully you're having a good evening. Y'all sleep tight, and we will talk to you soon.